Hello. And welcome back to Opus Magnum. We need to build more stuffs, and I am completely hooked on this game, and I want to keep building more stuff and learn more things and build more complicated stuff, because, yeah, engineering. So let's just dive on in. If it wants to click, there we go. A little boost at the necessary time. What are you on about? A little boost at the necessary time is how he put it. Who put what? Armand is worried about Frederick. Rightly so, I would say. Particularly, he wonders if Frederick will be able to produce an heir. Oh, we're making that kind of stamina potion, are we? I'm to make him a potion that will give him a boost at the necessary time. I get it. That's not so unusual, really. Stamina potions have long been used for such purposes. It's not making it that's the issue for me. It's thinking about it. You should know better than to use your imagination in cases like this. Awesome. Ooh, this is a lad. This is a lad of stuff here. Ooh. So we're gonna be making iron? Yes, iron. So that requires 2 quicksilver. All right, how do we want to piece this lad together? We need 2 of these, but they gotta be brought on the opposite side, as well as not only do we need this, we need some type of welder. Triple is probably not going to help us in this scenario. There's already 2 completed things, and need 2 quicksilvers to transfer that over. But we only need 1 central piece, which is nice. So how do I want to compose this machine? It's probably going to be having 1 arm that's rotating this into proper place. And if we want it to be in the proper place, because that's going to get rotated in like that, we would then need the quicksilver to be there. But probably shouldn't. Probably should have it like that instead. Generating the quicksilver. Or having an iron piece put here. Then we also want... So it's going to bind it. It's going to attach it. I much prefer having this one just because it's very quick at generating it. And this one can be a try, because that one's also very effective with this type of transformation. Maybe I should move this dealio to a different direction to give it a bit more space for us. No. We still got to keep it at 1. So we got this swinging on in here. And it's gonna attach. This is gonna attach our singular one here. But is there a way that we could possibly prep another one? There might be a way that we could prep another one for immediately after. By doing something like this. Possibly. Also, I think this is gonna have to be 3. We're gonna have to shift this up. Ooh. But that doesn't get us in a proper position unless we drag that to there, which actually would work, but it would be backwards. Because we just needed to grab somewhere to drag our piece to the way we want it to. Oh. We won't need this large piece because how do I want to pull this off? This one's already significantly trickier. So if I try to set it up, such that I have one lever here that swaps versus these 3 that bring this in. Oh boy. Maybe if I'm able to swoop in an arm like this, and this just needs another basic arm. Don't need to generate these that quickly. Because in the end, if we drag this down to here, rotate that lad into place, and then we rotate it one more, then our completed thing looks right there. And that gets swung over to here, but then rotated one that way. So it looked like that. One big problem with this, though, is just the amount of spacing that's needed. I have a feeling that we're going to start ramming things together very quickly. Probably slide these over such that I can extend this one to be a double to swap in between the two, which it will. And that should hopefully allow us enough space to do our rotations. This. No, because this won't properly work then. Not unless I also use this to grab our fancy thing here. If I swap this over to the other side, because we do only need one. We do only need one. Let's see. Let's actually wipe that one. So yeah, if we can have this arm come on in, shift that over, dump 2 Quicksilver, bring it to here, weld it onto this, which will be pre-positioned. I'm gonna have to use a 3-arm structure here. I just need the extra space. It's gonna be way too big, but it's gonna have to just deal. This is gonna have to... This is also where it gets tricky. So if instead we want to grab here. No. Here. This isn't good. Because in the end, our green one has to get placed into there, which this one, ugh, can't do that if it... Now we're gonna have to start adjusting this at a different angle, because with the way I have to kind of swing stuff in, it's just not going to work well unless instead I don't swing stuff in. Instead I slide it up and in using track. That which that actually could work out pretty nicely. If I did that instead of a double system, I could if I did this instead of a double system, I can stack it in. I can shift this down and into place. From here, yeah, from there. Oh, that's too close though. No, so it'd have to look like, dang it, it'd have to look like this to have it rotate correctly in. I'm gonna have to rotate it in from a different direction here, because it's otherwise it's just gonna get in the way. Because if I rotate it in this way, then I should have enough space to start spinning stuff around. I should. And I should honestly be able to shorten this up one without having things interfere. Hopefully. And then this will have to get dumped there, because it can't dump there. Yeah, no matter what way I rotate this, it's not going to be able to place it there. So we'll have to dump it here. No, not there. Here. Which should be fine. I think this will probably end up working better with a double. That way we, because it's gonna rotate, grabbing this there while it waits for the Quicksilver dump. Then it's gonna bring it on up, it's gonna weld, it's gonna rotate it a few times, then it's gonna attach another, and then it's gonna rotate to dump it on in. Is there a faster way I could do this setup? Probably not. 115 isn't a bad cost. Where's my... Let's actually program this. Yeah, let's program this and then we'll see where it takes us from there. So let's... So, one needs to grab, rotate clockwise, and retreat back. And then needs to repeat. Oops. Needs to repeat that somewhere later on the line. 2 just needs to grab, rotate counterclockwise, and return to start, and that also needs to do that twice, but that needs to dump it as fast as it can. Three is going to have to grab, rotate clockwise, then it's going to have to wait for a sec, then it's going to have to go plus twice to do the welding, then it's going to have to rotate the piece. Ooh, that's actually not going to work. Shoot, that isn't going to work. Because I can't rotate it back onto its own arm base. Which is what I would have to do with the current setup I have. So how could I do this in a different fashion? I might need a second welder. So we're going to be dealing with this nonsense. So I'll be able to rotate it twice, but then if I rotate it one more time, then I can get it back to here, which wouldn't be bad. I would just need to be able to weld then. I would just need to be able to weld and have this positioned like that. Can I position it like that? It's unlikely. Because at a 3, it's going to get put there. Unless I don't grab it by that. If I grab it by... Instead, I grab it by this. 3 rotates. Or a 3 lever arm action. No, because it's going to put it there. That won't work. I need it to put it here. But it needs to grab a different section, which it can grab this. So I could grab this, drag it on over, which would put this like that, I believe, which is actually exactly what we want. And then that's all we have to do, because that'll position it like this. So then we'll have to rotate it at least once. We can put it in like that. Should be able to. I think that should work. It's a bit of an odd one, but it should work. Yeah, and with how this ends up being a 3 rotations, it'll have to do 3 rotations back, so I'd rather have the dual piece there. This isn't right, though. Why isn't this right? Why am I not... Why is that there, though? It needs to be like that, which won't work. It needs to have a 3-piece. This needs to be there. Okay, so that changes up my strategy. Uh, good, swing it there. No, that won't work. Good. No. Dang it. That messed up everything. Crap. How was I off on the placement of that piece immediately? Unless I do something silly? Should I, instead of having this, have this one on a track? Should I have this just on a two-piece track? That way this can just bring it up, and not only that, and this one can actually snag it, and then drag it on upwards, then rotate that into place exactly as we want it to. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Okay. So that's all that changes here. Is that'll have to get spaced, and instead we need to do a plus. And then return to home. Two needs to stay exactly as it was doing. 3 needs to rotate it in. Then go up twice. And then it needs to just rotate once more clockwise. Then it needs to wait. Then it needs to rotate one more clockwise. Release it and minus. And then it can restart the cycle. So let's just watch it in action. It will be out of timing because this needs to happen after the fact. Yeah, and this needs to happen after our rotation. Ooh, as well as we on top of that need 3 no, it's gonna be 2 of this rotation, possibly. Let's just play this out. So grab there, release, grab. Okay, so that's in place. We got our proper one. It's welded. We rotate it. Then, okay, so that's wrong. We need to do the opposite direction. Rotate this twice. Yeah, I think I can do that immediately. Where will this stack up? Where it won't ram in? Ooh. Crap. Ah, it was going so smoothly. So in order to make that work, I'm gonna have to have it do 2 up. Can I have it do 2 up? Or I'm gonna have to do a different type of... Yeah, I forgot about it. Regenning these back in. This one in general, I can just put another one there to prep cycles beforehand. Actually, no, that won't improve anything. Actually, it might. No, it won't, because it's just gonna... these enter in at the same time anyway. How is this gonna work? So that's not gonna work because it's just not far enough. Like if I wanted to have it line up properly, I'd have to have something like this, because this is where a third step would take us, if that's where we wanted to go with this. But we wouldn't be welding it in the correct direction, because we have our central piece with it here. It has to get welded to here. Oh, maybe if I rotate, so if I instead go up one more, so a rotate, bring it back, then we minus it to have it rotate and then bring it back into place, and then it goes back to home. That should actually still work, right? Rotates it in. Okay, so it's at this point where I can start doing a rotate. So I can maybe bring this back to... maybe back another one even. Oh! Bugger. Oh, that one ends up in that square. Dang it. That poses a problem. I think I'm just gonna have to extend these out by extending my double arm. So that would bring it to here. Yep. This is the final shape. That means these need to get brought over to here. Which actually will work out kind of well. That should actually work out pretty well. So we have our dunk, dunk, rotate, and it rotates, brings it up, and rotates it in. Oh, I won't need this anymore. Dang it, come on, there we go. And then from there we can just... I can do it immediately. And then that goes back. And then we can restart. It's not too shabby. It's not too shabby. You can watch it in motion. That actually works out pretty heckin' nicely. Area is really bad, unfortunately, but cost and cycles is very low. And I can make a copy of it, and I don't know, the cycles are really nice. I could speed it up at the expense of 10 more cost. To do other stuff. Is there any improvement that I want to do? I think we'll leave it for now. We'll see if we can't learn anything in future stuff and maybe just come back to it after we've done a couple chapters and just see what the heck we can do to improve some of our old design. Because dang, this is actually really this is good for my two targets. It's at the low end of cycles and the cost. Yeah, this is actually pretty nice. It doesn't have a whole lot of wasted time other than that. Our Quicksilver drop is slow, as it basically always is. There's only one way you can improve that. Because you can cut off 2. Yeah, because if you wanted to, you could cut off 2 cycles by changing this into a 6-piece. What else, if anything, could be done to speed it up? Oh, dang it. Let's just change that into a 6-piece and drop our... drop... Oh, no. Drop this and just have it turn into that. Because it just has to do this instead. At which point... Oh, what happened there? So it creates it, then it rotates it. What did I change on accident? Oh, what? How did this... Oh, because I needed to shift that to happen one sooner on top of it. So, I mean, it's a little bit faster. $150, but it's 88 instead of 94. So that actually saves a little bit, and then it bumped up the area to even worse. Never mind. Let's just finish this one up as it was. Hold on, is there potential? No, not really. There's not terrible potential in adjusting it on here as it is. I'm really disappointed by the area, but costs and cycles are very low. I just needed to have everything very spread out in order for me to do all my rotations that I needed. We'll come back to it later, but it's a pretty decent design. I hope Frederick enjoys that potion. Ugh. Armand must believe Frederick's marriage is close at hand. Really? Really? Will be the young lady from House Soria? I was just speculating. How exciting. The city would celebrate for days. The union of House Van Tassen. Celebrate 4 days. The union of House Van Tassen for House and House Soria. As provisioner, you'd have a lot of work to do. Yes, but it would be for a wedding. It would be quite fun. You arrange the party in the streets. I arrange the party in the sheets. Oh dear. Yes. Well. Nice. Ooh, hello. An act of aggression. That's when I decided we needed to re-inventory everything in the building. Should have seen the look on Armin's face. Anastasia, are you paying attention? Huh? That answers that question. What? You're moping. I'm not moping. I'm merely moodily dejected. And what has the great alchemist of House Van Tassen so moodily dejected? Nothing. I mean, I'm thinking about why I'm here. You're here because you're an alchemist. Our alchemist. I mean, in the larger sense. Oh, hello, Captain Gelt. The alchemist is here, isn't he? Captain Gelt, what can I do for you? Your presence is required in the main hall. It's a matter of some urgency. What happened? An aggressive move from another house has taken us by surprise. We need to respond immediately. My alchemy is at your disposal. You almost sound excited. I am. Finally, something significant is happening. Possibly not. Something significantly wonderful is happening. A textbook page. Oh, hi. Alchemical Engineering, Theory and Practice, 50th edition. Preface. Alchemy is the highest art. Its practitioners guide the course of humanity. Throughout the ages, alchemists have steered society, advised kings and queens, and otherwise shaped the world around them. By choosing to dedicate your life to the study of alchemical engineering, you have taken the first step toward becoming a steward of this supreme knowledge and a guardian of its illustrious history. The honorable path. House Colvin? That's unfortunate. Why, hello, Armand. I will have to lodge a formal protest. Shall I begin developing weapons for a counterattack? Something like a flame grenade with... I doubt that will be necessary. It's not uncommon for houses to renegotiate territories this way. But they've taken over multiple buildings of ours without any resistance. They'll stop pushing forward soon and attempt to reinforce the new borders. That's how it goes with this sort of thing. We should push back, at least a little bit. We wouldn't want to look weak, after all. I'll execute a limited rearguard action with forces stationed in the area. That's all? Listen, House Colvin doesn't want a full-on battle any more than we do. We'll trade a few streets, and that should be the end of it. I believe young Taros Colvin is the head of that family now. Likely he's keen to test our response. I'll send a message to him, and we will settle this like honorable houses. Taros? He was a bright boy. Yes, I'm sure he'll listen to reason. Good. We just got invaded. And Sigmar's Garden's back. I'm not gonna win 4. Leave. Hair product. This is not the best use of my time. The Patriarch has personally requested it. That doesn't change anything. As heir, Frederick must make a public appearance in the battle. Otherwise, it may be a problem for the family's honor. I get that part. It's the part about his hair needing to be styled perfectly that I don't understand. This is a war. Precisely. That's why his hair gel needs to be extra strong. Do you even understand what I'm saying right now? This is how the houses work, Amadeus. The way things look is very important. Maybe even more important than the way things are. Starting to learn that lesson, yes? Intriguing. Ooh. Okay. So we only have one reagent. But we have this heckin' mess of stuff here. have an idea to start. Which requires something into this. Because then I could construct it like this and then rotate it one more to look like that. But how can I set up the other pieces to do that? I could just simply have an arm with a track if we wanted to do that route. Unless we wanted to set up a dual system. Which I might actually be able to do. Have this and this. So this one, so 1 and 3 can be the first act. No, it can't. Can't have 3 act from there. Can I have 3 act from here? No. No, it's just not gonna work because the base just isn't gonna be in a proper location. I could have a rigid arm with a grid pattern like so. That wouldn't be terrible. This wouldn't be a terrible concept. It's pretty lightweight, which I enjoy. It's 105, which if I could potentially reduce that down by 1, that'd be pretty neat. Which I could, maybe. I could actually just do up this. Oops, I don't want a triangle. I want specifically this. So then I could move this up and rotate it into place. And then this could reset as one's getting everything back into place. I think I like that idea. Let's try for that. Okay, so first things first. Wait, no, this won't work at all because I need to place one here. Ooh. Unless 3, yeah, 3 is my one that does that. So it's gonna have to start off with 3 going plus, then rotating and returning. Oops, that's not the return. And then 1 would have to follow up afterwards with a grab, rotate. Then it's probably just gonna rotate again. Then it's somewhere down the line, it's just gonna rotate and reset. Meanwhile, this is gonna have to get copied again at a later time, and 2 is just gonna have to execute on Simple grab, rotate, and drop. Nope. Dang it. And then return? I don't like that. That's the only function that arm is serving. Is just for the second placement here. If I could instead... I could potentially just drop this one entirely? Because if instead of this... Because, I mean... Oops. The one needs to do this later. Ooh, that also happens. So this is going to have to, with the way it's currently set up, it's going to have to happen afterwards, which means also that it's going to have to happen afterwards. No, it's not even going to work. Ah, curses. So let's drop that entirely. Because if we do it with one, instead change this one into a tri-piece. No, it can't be a tri-piece because it's going to pick things up that it doesn't need to. Gonna have to be a dual piece. And then probably have it finished like that. And for this, we can just have a more simple mechanism to get it in. No, because we need to. We need to get it into there. Unless we don't do that. Unless instead of having this triple, we have a double. That we do. I mean, I could do that, but then this is just going to wipe on into that, which is of no use to us. Yeah, I'm not really feeling too confident about this. So instead, let's split that into a pair of doubles. That's going to be able to get us a different setup. So I can set things up like that instead to get a first pair. And just for starting purposes, we're going to have just another double. Then what we want to do is if we got a pair like this, we want to stack on another pair. So if this is where it was, and this bottom one gets moved to here and it gets rotated one down. So it looked like that. But it would just be these two. So if then we did instead this, gave this one a small movement platform. So that this one could, instead of rotating, it can go on up, and then when we need it to, shoot, how's that gonna work? Because if we're here and then we're Ooh, here even. If 2s are one that's being dragged over. So then that's where that one's going to be put. That's not exactly what we want. So instead, if we would do this here, and then we drag it up and then shift it into place. We need a 3-piecer. So it'd start here. This one would shift up. That would create it. This one would snag it into place. Then we would need, for this rotation to work, you could potentially drag this up and rotate it over, but then that would make this turn into a flat that way, which is what we don't want. But if we're also keeping this in place, we can give it an extra rotate so that this is facing down and that one's facing straight to the right. Like, actually, no, that's not going to work either. Yeah, no, it's going to look like that. But it won't connect like that. So if we're organized like that here, then we could do our rotation here. Okay, if this is where it's going to be located, this is what it's going to look like at the final. Then if we rotate it one back, gonna go to there. If we have one accomplish it. Yeah. But should one accomplish it, or should we have 2 accomplish it? 2 should accomplish it because 2 can then do it with a double. So we construct it like this, that then brings this to there, which then will make it look like that. And 2 can get replaced by a double. Should it be a double? Should be a triple, because I'm gonna have to, in the end, I think it should be fine. So let's wipe these. So we're gonna have to start with 2's movements. It's gonna have to grab, rotate 1. After that, 1's gonna have to grab, rotate, return. Then it's gonna have to have, at this same point, 2's gonna have to rotate. Yeah, 2's gonna have to rotate another. So that's gonna complete our pair here. Can 2 drop it at this point? I'm curious if I can drop it as an incomplete section. Yeah, I'm curious if I can drop it as an incomplete section, then rotate 1 more, pick up the next, rotate 1 more. At this point, 1 will again grab and rotate. But this time it's gonna do plus plus. And this one is gonna have to release Let's just see how this plays out as it currently is. Connected. Ooh. So I can drop it, so that's a plus. But that's not how I was expecting that to line up. How did I make that fast of an error? What do you mean it couldn't be moved? May not be moved. Oh, okay. This has to just be later then. No? Oh, wait. What? I don't know why it's failing. But we're already doing stuff a bit wrong here. Let's see. Could have a sequence of ooh. I just had a potential solution to have some very quick generation that I want to play around with. It's gonna require 2 of these large ones sitting on top of this. It's gonna require 2 of these. Then it's gonna have to combine these elsewhere. We do. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to drop that in favor of this. But this wouldn't be any faster with this mentality than having 2 of these. In order for this one to work, we have to, so that's, we'll assemble a 3-piece like this. But then if we rotate that this way, then it's going to look like that, which is non-fusible and not able to accomplish what we want, if that's the component we grab. Instead, if we start here, grab this component, rotate it once, we have that. That's not what we want. If we rotate it the opposite direction, we have that. But actually, what if we instead rotate this combo up to here, which would get us here. Would have this 3-piece. No, it would have this 3-piece. And if we rotated it back, then we would have this 3-piece. But if we do it opposite way. Because we're grabbing the center, it's going to look like that. Which should actually work. Then I can just have one bring that into place. Can one bring that into place, though? Not without barging. That might work. Then it gets placed like this, and 3 is going to be holding that one, the topmost one. If we rotate it once more, it's going to bring it to here, and then we could rotate it once more to drop it there. And then this would be fastest with a triple instead. This doesn't solve our situation here, unfortunately, because we still need to place one in this component area. We could do it with an extendo, but I prefer not to. Maybe our triple plan isn't going to be as effective as I want it to be. Maybe I go back to my whole pinwheel concept to really churn this stuff out fast. Ooh, but would that even work? But will that pinwheel concept even work? So I'm gonna have to grab one, bring it into place, but then it's gonna have to drop. Actually, it won't have to drop, it just has to move it out of place. Oh, that should work. And then that's going to create 2 pairs, but then how can I combine those 2 pairs together in order to make what I want? Trying to think if there's any way I could do that without having another welder, but I think I will have to have another welder and something in order to grab them and bring them to a place in which that'll work. Right. Right. Let's see. So yeah, we're gonna have to rotate these twice down. Hold on, give me a sec here. Are you fucking serious? Sorry, got a stupid app notification on my phone. Well, I usually turn those off immediately, but that one seemed to have turned itself back on. Good. And I don't even like this concept, though. What is a way that I could do this smoothly? And also, what am I thinking here? These 3 are the ones that are going to be put together. So when I grab, So I have this 3-piece. I'm gonna have this 3-piece. If I rotate that up, it's gonna look like this. That middle one gets moved over and it gets rotated once this way. So it's actually gonna look like that immediately, which then I should just be able to rotate the one in there to grab to complete it. Then it's just a matter of rotating it into place. All right. Then that would be here with it like this. Then I could completely move it like that, which would put this like that. Then I would have to rotate it one more to have it like this. Which I can set this up to pre-cycle then to get this one set up already. So I can save a lot after my first cycle of this full operation. I just hope this works. Okay, so let's pull this together. So we're gonna have to do an order of operations. Let's do 2. Then we'll have to do 1 and 3. Then 1 again. 2, it has to rotate clockwise. Reset position. Trying to think if there's maybe a faster way I can do this just because 2 has only one purpose. Let's complete a design first though. 1 has the opposite rotation. In return, it's gonna repeat the same thing when we get to it. 3 goes there and then goes plus. And then returns. So how does this even look? That works really well. That works really well. Can I do this with only 1? Because instead of having a 20, I could have just this one on a track. A dual length one. So I could have this and then rotate. No, it would have to be like this. So I have to start here, go to there, 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 and then back up that way. Which I think that would be fine. It only saves us 5 costs though. It only saves us 5 costs to have that function be operable on that, compared to just having 2. And it's gonna cost us an extra step. Fine, this will work. This will be fine. 4 then needs to grab, rotate it out of the way, eventually rotate again, and spin twice, and we'll have to, this will speed things up significantly if I can do this. It might not. And then this will have to release. Okay, wait, hold on. This needs to snag all the way here. No! I don't want to lose all that code. That gets it, that snags it, then 1. Oh, dang it. Needs to delay there. Then there. Rotate. Ooh. 2's already started on its next one. Wait, hold on. What? Why didn't 4 release? Oh, I only have to rotate once. That's why. Actually, hold on. Is this already working optimally? Did I mess up with the way I had my things set up beforehand? 2. Wait, hold on. Is 2 actually going as fast as it should? So it's grabbing, doing that. Then it can't do it here, because 1 needs to take its turn. It needs to do there. Then 2. So that seems actually perfectly timed. I think that's gonna do it. Nice. Wow. The histogram makes this seem like mine is so heckin' expensive, but it's so low on the cycles. 63. Look at how large the histogram is, though. Like 83 is a current peak with a secondary cycle peak of like 160. It's an extra 100 cycles on this. You could make it for a heck of a lot cheaper, but you gotta make it faster than that. My area's alright, not amazing. That one's just interesting in general. I'll take it though. I actually really like that end concept. That's 63 cycles is pretty stinking fast. While also having the cost not terribly high. I hope not terribly high. Because yeah, I did have to use 4 arms with the setup I had. 4 arms and a tri-welder. So there's potential that I could want a lower cost. Just a note for later. This ought to keep Frederick's hair solidly in place, even if he wanders into a cyclone. Excellent. I'll have this sent to his personal staff immediately. He's hoping his well-styled hair helps him in the battle. He won't ever enter the fight. That would be madness. He just needs to be out in the street for a little while so people see him. Little while so people see him. Will he make a little speech or something? Probably best if he doesn't. He will hold up his sword. That should be enough to inspire the soldiers. I'll take your word for it. Who, though? Rocket propellant. This sounds more fascinating. Shouldn't they have stayed their attack by now? Perhaps they need a little more prompting. I had the rockets brought out of storage, but much of the propellant has leaked away. Well, when was the last time they were used? Long before either of you were born. Well, it's no problem. I'll just make new propellant. I'm certain that'll be more powerful than what you had before anyway. Aren't we sanguine today? Okay. Hi, Lampoon. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome to engineering the game, basically. Or minor machine programming the game. I love it. But it's just a lot of thinking. It's a lot of thinking. So we're gonna need some salt. So if we want to could I potentially have if I set this up like so, with a secondary one getting put here to feed this end, could I then, is it yes? Does it yes? If not, then why? The game, basically. So basically the synopsis of the game is you have a product that you want to create a bunch of, and you set up a machine to do that with the current reagents that you have, as well as these welding and deconstructing glyphs and these rotator arms. And try to do it efficiently. Like you were designing an actual machine. Actually, if I... let's see. Trying to think if I can do this with only one welder, but it's going to be real tricky to do it with only one welder. Because there's 3 welds at least. No, most likely 4. Actually, no, you can do 3. You can do this pair onto this one, and then weld on another pair onto this end. They'll miss if I mess up the program. So how do I want this operation to work out? This is a lot of big brain. It is a tricky one, that's for sure. I'm thinking I'll probably instead have this set up. I think this time I'll splurge a little bit and get a fancy arm. To do all my special tasks. This should possibly be a double with what I'm planning. So if I start this off with fire and assault here, then I can rotate it, bring another fire into place here. Then rotate, then actually shift this, then because that would make this nice little corner here. Would it? No. Not unless I've rotated it twice, which I can do. So then it'll be a complete component like this. Then that's all I need to do is if I wanted to then rotate this up. So it would be like this. But that's not what we want. So we're gonna have to... Oh, we could actually... Well, it's positioned like this. We could rotate it like this with this one because it's extra special to get this third fire down at the bottom. Love to say anything helpful, but I don't even know the things I don't know. Yeah, it's actually pretty simple in terms of your capabilities, but making it into kind of a fast cycle creation machine is where things can get tricky. So then that creates this. Then if I do this, then if I could calcify a fire up top, or maybe I don't have to calcify the fire up top. I might have to calcify the fire up top. And then the end result would probably get put like that. So actually, I'm going to put this 2 out. Okay, I'm going to... Officially a married dude. Heck. Congratulations, Lambo. That's fantastic. Happy for you. Looks like we're gonna need one more calcifier. That was very fast. Wasn't it like not too long ago where you're just like, I'm gonna propose to her? Do you mean you're engaged now, or did you just full on do the whole marriage as soon as heckin' possible as well? Together for 3 years now, we just made it official. So is it actually married? Or was there a whole engagement process, or did you just go straight from dating to just, we're just married now? Just decided to skip the ceremony and just go for getting the marriage license. It's not bad. It's probably honestly what I would do. Proposed, and the next day we went to the county and became married. Nice. Nice. Efficient. I like it. Keeps things a-moving. Okay. So let's actually program this and see if we can't make this function. Maybe a triple would work better in this place. We'll find out. We'll find out once we begin actually programming. So we want our 1 and our 2 to grab immediately. 1 wants to rotate clockwise. 2 is going to have to rotate clockwise twice. Which brings us to that. Now, what's the fastest way from here? Probably to dunk or to retract our fancy arm. At the same time, we release. Big racist. Ooh, that's not good. Parents are 400 miles away, so we took our daughter to Wet and Wild Water Park in Anthony, Texas. Nice. I will be connecting the things. That's no good that parents are not good people. Well, luckily, you're not married to her parents. You're married to her. So then we retract. Because that's released and retracted, we can immediately grab away. This time we're gonna do a 3-way rotate. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, shoot, that's also rotating the wrong way. We're gonna have to rotate minorly in this direction. Like that. In the meantime, we can extend our 1. So we want to do this. We want to release. We want to extend. Then once this gets into place, this needs to release, and we need to grab another. Because then with this combo, we're going to rotate it the opposite direction. And 2 is going to instead go here to grab another fire, then go 2 more, and release. It might be faster to have another arm to do that function, but that's fine. But then what do we do? Do we yank this closer to 1? I think this is where things can get iffy. Actually, no, it should be fine. Maybe if we release here, we don't release here. Instead, we rotate it 1 more. I have no idea how this is going to look. To which then we would just need a calcified 1, which we can set up our 1 to set that up ahead of time. Which... shoot, so where was our arm at the end? It was right here. So our arm needs to rotate counterclockwise, grab, retract, then rotate back. Then it's going to rotate back 1 more time and rotate our whole combo. And then this will retreat to the beginning. Hold on, I can do that better. What is a moment that could not have been worse? I'm not sure there's a explicit word for it. Is there an explicit word for it, potentially? Okay, so I can connect it there. Oops. I need to wipe that off. Just kept getting worse for you. Oh, could not have been worse. Nothing horrific, just something that kept going bad and ended awful in relation to the way it started. Nothing horrific. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's an explicit word for a situation that just continues to spiral downward. Yeah, I can't think of anything explicit in terms of a word to describe that type of deal. Yeah, nothing's really coming to mind. Entropy doesn't do it justice. No, entropy is something completely different. Entropy is mostly, in terms of its scientific term, is just a measurement of the randomness of a particular thing. And random is neither good nor bad. It's just random. I mean, there's such a thing as a positive feedback loop that is negative. So a positive feedback loop means just like one part in the equation causes the equation to get larger, and the equation getting larger causes that part to get bigger, which then just feeds a constant cycle of it getting louder and louder, or bigger and bigger and bigger. But that can also do that in a negative. So it's a positive. It's called a positive feedback loop because it stacks things up, but it doesn't have to mean it's a good thing that you're stacking up. So it would technically be considered like a negative positive feedback loop, I suppose. Or no, is it a zero-sum game? What does zero-sum game mean? I forget. A zero-sum game, I think, is where you're constantly fighting and no one wins. But I don't know that for sure. I don't remember that turn of phrase all that well. So this will work. I just want to see if I can't optimize this a bit. So there's no reason for me to I can drop this retract to instead just rotate it. And instead drop one of these. Actually, no. This doesn't have to rotate at all. This can just stay as it is. Oops. Maybe just drop that too. Oh, it's because never mind. Oops. So that's my correct solution. It's positive because it's growing logarithm. Yeah. Like Fibonacci. Yeah. Anyway, Fibonacci is a very specific multiplicative growth. What? The way this machine currently works? Yeah, I like it. I'm just trying to see if there's any possible way I can actually speed this up a little bit. Because there's a large periods of time where it's not doing a whole lot. Satisfying stiff movements, yeah. Actually, no, this is actually pretty optimal, all things considered. Because it's lining up like pretty stinking succinctly. And that stinks it. Yeah. That's the entire gratification of this game, is when after all the work you've put in, you can just watch this machine you've made run, and it's really awesome, satisfying sound effects, and seeing it work faster and faster really starts to see how intricate and unique your potential thing. Yeah, this is the downside of this design, though, is that it takes 3 full things to get this back up and running, which I could speed up, maybe. How does this work at the beginning? So this is waiting 1 in order for me to do what I want it to do. So I could start this up 1 sooner, right here, and set it to repeat. Wait, no, why isn't... Dang it, am I really gonna have to program this thing out the whole ways? Probably. Starts here, but then I should actually be able to sync this down 1. Just to save like a total of 5 total cycles in the long run. So this gets it started ahead of time. Okay. But this has to get delayed by 1. So I did it right the first time, then it gets it there. Is it doing it properly then for the 3rd cycle? So I want to see it once it gets to here. It should start doing it. It's not. It's dropping it. So we're just going to have to copy this right at the end here. We're going to have to copy it a few more times. This in the long run will only save like 5 total steps, but that's fine. I do, I like the minor optimization. All right, so let's just watch it in motion. Faster, faster, faster. Love it. That's actually dead average. Apparently other people have thought of this exact thing a bunch too. That is basically dead average. Well, I mean, dead average on, I mean, not average, but, actually, no, that is average. It's just a weighted, it's not a, standard distribution. It's a weighted distribution. Because, yeah, the histograms can get pretty wide with almost nothing in these slots because there's people who like to make a minimal cost version, which would take an eternity to complete, but is very cheap and probably could honestly happen within a small area. Yeah, actually, I want to, because what this game actually allows you to do is record GIFs. This one's actually really neat. I kind of love this solution. um, Actually, okay, that's been saved to my desktop. I want to, hold on, let's exit out of here. Let's copy. And I want to see, I can, so this is fast, but it does cost me another calcifier. Is there a way? No. With my current setup, there's no way I can make a calcification from here unless I... So this. So I then need to somehow attach one here. Which, I mean, the convenience of it going this way is then I can just instantly pull one there and finish. But if I instead did something else... No, never mind. Never mind, we're gonna just delete that one. I like my solution as it currently stands. I'm eager to see how the rockets perform. The din and smoke is always quite a sight. A rocket barrage should give them a good fright. I hope it convinces them to stop advancing. Oh yes, they'll regret not stopping earlier. It's taken us long enough to organize this response. But, now that we have, the full might of House Van Tassen will bear down on them. That will put a stop to their advance. I have a feeling it won't. Mist of incapacitation. Hoofda. Oh yeah, they're continuing to invade. Wait, the airship dock is lost now too? I thought we were pushing them back. It seems they're moving quite fast. Faster than we anticipated. This is absurd. Don't we outnumber them? We do, but this keeps happening. Won't we lose the war? Come now, it's hardly a war. Then what is it? I've explained it. It's best understood as, say, a kind of diplomacy. This is absurd. I'll do it then. I'll ensure that House Colvin regrets every building they take. So yeah, they're basically just kind of annexing our territory now. And we just seem to kind of not consider it an act of war. This seems to just be normal, but why? Oh, that's interesting. So we have a weird type of dual gratification system that we can do here. All right, hold on a sec. Risa, what are you doing? Risa, come here. Come here. Come here, puppy. Come here. Come here. Oh, someone's home. That's why. Never mind. Wondering why she was so antsy. It's because my roommate's home. Okay, and this is just 10. If I wanted to, I could have a very tight-knit setup here, honestly. By having my Quicksilver source here, have my Quicksilver dump like that, have one arm here, have one arm here. This seems like a fairly optimal setup. Unless I wanted to do a double arm here to try and speed things along. But I'm failing to see how it would specifically speed things along. So let's honestly just build this out. This looks really neat as a just functioning little chip, basically, here. All of them start out with a grab. Which one of these do I want to complete first, though? Let's complete this one first. So we'll have this rotate counterclockwise, return, and then this one will do the same, but rotate clockwise, and then return. And that'll rinse and repeat itself constantly. We'll worry about the spacing later. 2 is going to rotate here. Ooh, they have to be welded. What am I thinking? Of course they have to be welded. Well, that tosses all that out the window. Yeah, that tosses all that out the window. We're gonna have to have a welder here. So I'm gonna have to have a welder here to like that, in which case this should be significantly more optimal with the triple. It should be significantly more optimal with the triple, right? Yeah, because this one is just going to be going back and forth. Versus this one's going to have to grab, bring it over, release, grab again, bring it over, release, etc., etc. So it should work. Ooh, actually, that needs to be there. Right. It's going to complete it. It's going to be facing off in this direction. This, when it's completed, it's going to face this direction, which is directly outward. So yeah, it'll look like that. Yeah, it'll look like that. Hopefully. This one will have to just rotate, return, grab, go to the other direction, and then also return. Actually, no, this is number 1. For 2, it's just going to turn. And it's going to have to wait until this happens before... Ooh, this is not a fusion. Then it's going to have to just wait for another return trip. In which case, this will then return home and repeat. In the meantime, this 3 is going to have to rotate that way. This should interact with it. Then immediately do that. Release. Grab. Then go the opposite direction. Yeah, and then release. Release, grab. Oops, that's the wrong direction. These need to be that way. This is gonna have to wait for one tick. Okay. And what, this can repeat here? Then this can repeat too? Oh, why am I have this extra space? No, that seems necessary, right? So where does this lineup not happen? So it transforms here, but R2 is delaying it. Because this can get squashed down by a couple cycles. And then this one actually can kind of do the same thing, but also squash this cycle by one. Right? Which, yeah, then this should be able to repeat, repeat, repeat. Here? No, what? What's happening here? Why is... Oh, I started at the wrong space. Needs to go there? So that works. So then it just copies these over identically. One after the next. 2 and 3. And then this should also be able to just copy over. That should be 6, and it should be relatively optimal. That'll work. Yeah, the only way I'm thinking that I could probably speed this up is with a different Quicksilver arm, or with another Quicksilver arm, which, yeah, let's actually just let this run through and save it and then make a copy that's going to use a different Quicksilver arm to draw in the stuff that we want. That's pretty heckin' nice. That's really fast. That's like maximum cycles or minimum cycles? Really? That's awesome. And low cost, lower than average cost. I'll take that any day. Again, I think this one actually looks really neat too. I love that you can record GIFs of your solutions. So yeah, the only thing that'll speed this up is if we do another arm for the Quicksilver, since this has two separate locations in which it has to be used. This is going to have to instead shift to here. To do that instead. Would I have to do that with the H as well? Would I have to do that with the H as well? Because it's not gonna speed anything up unless I do type of dealio like this, where this becomes a triple. No, this one can suffice as a double. Instead, this one has to get turned into 6-piece. So then if we have to reprogram this, which it's gonna be a full reprogram. So at 140, that's actually not significantly more costly. We can have the starting one should be 4 to start, which 4 and 3 and 2 we'll grab immediately. 4 will rotate clockwise twice, which should be fine because that's all 3 is going to do is grab, rotate, drop. In which case this one's also going to drop, or this one should just return. In the meantime, right here is our 1 is actually going to grab and rotate it to here and return to place. 2 will have already been in place, ready to go. Two will have been in place, ready to go. It's for 1 to bring it over, which will happen right here. In which case, 2 can rotate again. Rotate one more time and drop. And then we can rinse and repeat from there. In the meantime, 3 is going to have to again grab, rotate the opposite direction, and release. Yeah, that... Is there any way I could speed this up? Because to be honest, this is very fast. I don't know why this is highlighted out 2 more, but... Oh, it's just showing basically how its cycle is, if it's on a full cycle, but it's a delayed cycle. Or it's the delayed segment. Would this be... It would be 4 cycles slower per 1. Yeah, let's actually just hold on, stop, and just play this one through on its own. Actually, no, I should be able to do this a little bit faster, shouldn't I? Because... So it's at this point already 4 can start. Yeah, it seems like it's delayed by 1 cycle. So if we copy that to there, that to there, 1 and 2 being the same. That should save us in the long run. This being the common, so 4, 5, 6, and 4, 5, 6. That should save us 1 cycle per thing in the long run. Oh, that's a problem. So 2 hasn't released it in time for the second go around. Actually, no, it's because 3 grabs it too fast. So never mind. 3 grabs it too fast. Just let this play out again. Beautiful. Yeah, then this gets more average with the cost, but then it drops it to even lower than my previous one had. Let's record this one too, just so I can have the both comparisons on top. That's actually awesome. I love that ability. Because now I'm just... Oh, I'm such a nerd for this type of optimization. Let's see one sec here. I want to check a couple stuffs. Okay. These files contain a vapor that makes areas inaccessible for a time. A mist of poison? It won't be fatal. Not very honorable. I doubt Armand would be pleased. Do you have better ideas? Been struggling to catch up this whole time. Nonsense. We're making a good show of our defense while we wait for House Colvin to respond to our message. They don't seem to respond, they seem to just invade. A truce will be negotiated soon enough. Won't the terms be more favorable if we push back harder? The terms will be favorable either way. Armand is a master negotiator. It's how he built this house into what it is today. It seems to not be doing good enough, unfortunately. Explosive fire. Got an idea for a new weapon. Something simple that even the house staff could use. The staff? Those who haven't been bestowed a sword certainly shouldn't be given any other weapons. What if House Colvin doesn't stand down? What if our soldiers can't hold the line against them? You're being foolish. A message will arrive any moment now. As they continue to march forward, you keep saying that, and yet, besides, if there's fighting indoors, the damage to the property would be extremely unfortunate. If Colvin breached the perimeter, won't the consequences be much worse? Ooh, okay. Triplex bonding. Oh, okay. A glyph of triplex bonding creates 3 separate types of bonds between fire atoms that, when overlaid, become a triplex bond. Okay, now we're getting a little complicated. So yeah, it looks like we have to have one triple pair. So that's necessary. What is it? Specifically fire atoms? Can I weld? Can I weld the non-fire atoms here? With a bond, it creates a bond between two atoms, after which they'll move as a group. With a triplex bond, it creates three separate types of bonds between fire atoms that, when overlaid, become a triple bond. Actually, no. That should be fine. So long as I dunk it into a salt after the fact. I can just have 3 fire. So if we got our situation with our fires here, So if we do that, then we can create an individual bond here. And then where can we rotate it from there to complete? Probably through to the bottom here. Have this be the final look. Have it here then. Have it look a little bit cleaner. And change this to a dual. That way we can start our next cycle faster. That should work. I might have to, in the end, to make more distance. With this left one. Most likely. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to make more distance, but we can program it and just see what happens. So immediately grab to rotate. Counterclockwise. This one will rotate clockwise or counterclockwise. Wait, this is. Yeah, that's counterclockwise. This is clockwise. Gosh, why do I always end up messing it up in some way, shape, or form. Then we want to rotate our atom back that way, then rotate it back. At which point this arm will grab it again, rotate it up. This way, and then it's gonna have to rotate it 2 more times, then release and go back to home. Oops. In the meantime, 2 is going to have to release. Actually, let's just home it, then grab again, rotate thrice, and then drop. So that should work. Grab it, bond it once, bond it there, bond it there. Ah, that's what I was expecting. Nope. So it does create a bond that's different than what I was hoping it was. Crap! That means we at the very least need one welder. Let's see. How do we want to weld it then? So if instead... I'm gonna have to have a 2-point separation here. Then if, depending on which one is first, we're gonna have to bond it here. Because we can get this one to swing on over. In which case do we want just the calcification and dump here? Raise this one instead with a triple. So we don't have that extra 2 movements. It's only a 2 movement loss. It is only a 2 movement loss, which isn't terrible. Oops. Is it up? So then this is where it can separate. This. So with this instead, I want to rotate. That's where... Hold on, what is... If I just grab it, don't worry about the rotates. What does it look like? Oops. I need to at least rotate once. Dang it. So I need to rotate twice at least. That does put it on an awkward side though. Does put it on an awkward side though. This one does have to do a whole 2 rotations. But this one's gonna have to do 3 of these before then returning home. And then this one can finally rotate this 2 more times and just drop. That actually should be fine. Oh, what? When did I... What is this? Okay, so this can happen a couple sooner. Actually, right here. Actually, no, right here. And then this doesn't have to drop it at all. It can just keep spinning. And then release. Oops. Right. So that works. I think that's honestly fine, all things considered. Cost in cycles is 84. Area is also massive at 36. Cost is cheap as all heck. I want to see if I can make that solution a little nicer. As much as it's fast, where are we slowing down in the cycles? It's mostly just rotating this junk here. So this one's ready to go basically and can start rotating now, but it doesn't. It actually is only missing one frame there. And if I wanted to, hold on, let's instead have this be our setup, and down below, set up like that. Possibly have a single arm. So how would this work? So if we started off as we were before, both grab, they rotate their respective directions. Then one's actually going to do the first rotation, lifting it up that way, rotating it back and releasing it. Actually, let's just have it return home to then grab a second and rotate that in twice. Meanwhile, 2 is going to wait, or it needs to release, it needs to wait for it back, then grab, then rotate it up, which is going to be this direction, then rotate the entire thing. And rotate a couple. Rotate a few. Oops, wrong way. So that's immediately wrong. This is going to have to wait one more. But if it has to wait one more, can instead of waiting, can we have this hit a calcifier instead? that in like this. This one is gonna have to get changed to a dual. Instead of going this way, you're instead gonna go forward that way, which should allow us enough time for this to happen. In which case, this one will return home, and this one just has to now grab, rotate back, and drop. Oh, whoops, need to start up properly. I feel this is slower. It's actually the same. Just that the area is significantly better. Dang it. It's really nice. Oops. Delete that. Copy. How could I improve this? What if... So it's significantly less area, which is actually very nice. Same speed, though, is what has me concerned. Because our major slowdown is still that we have to rotate these so many times, and then we also lose. Actually, not a whole lot there. Yeah, we lose only one bit here. It's just these extra little beats here. This whole triple section of rotations. That's really slow. Is there a way I could do that better? You bet I could, but it's going to be more expensive. So instead of this situation, I'm going to have a whole track layout like this. No, let's go one more over. Like that. That way, 2 is going to function a bit differently. Actually, this needs to look like that. No, it actually needs to look like that. No. No. It needs to look back on itself. It needs to go here, but then it has to go down. So it has to loop back on itself this way by going here. Then needs to go here. Then needs to go down and then this way. Oops. Yeah, what the heck am I doing? So yeah, it starts here. It's gonna have to go to the right. It's then gonna have to go back. Wait, no, it's then gonna go down and back. Right. It's gonna have to go here. It's gonna have to go down and then over to the right. which then we can go back to our triple system, the calcium here, for our dunk to the end, which should give us significantly better placement back. Because now if we're just rotate, or not even bothering with rotating this one, we're just extending it. This should be able to function hopefully a lot faster. What should be our last one? Okay, that should be fine. So let's grab these ones. One needs to rotate clockwise, two needs to rotate, or actually move. So it's plus. Yeah, it's got to be plus. In which case we want which one to go first? We want one to go first, so two is gonna have to release at the same time. One does a release back, in which case this one is gonna center back at home. Well, this one grabs, goes plus plus, and releases and returns home. In the meantime, this one now has to grab a new one. Oh wait, hold on. This needs to first do our whole twisty shim sham of EQ. And then this one has to grab, rotate, 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 drop. That should work. Brings it together. Does that. Switches hands. Rotates back. This rotates it down. Ooh. Can I do this one sooner? Probably not. Ooh. 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 Ooh, that's smooth. Ooh, that's so fast. Ooh, that's so fast. Unless... No, I think that's fine. Oh, that's so nice. Look at that cycle. 72. Even though that's not a whole lot in the long run, but at only 20C, you get a pretty significantly cycle reduction. I like it. I like all the solutions on this one, though. It's all very nice. And this one is just a straight up improvement. Yeah, that was just a straight up improvement, so I can delete that one. Okay. There. A vial of fire, able to be thrown by anyone, even those with no training. I can't imagine the captain enjoying that thought. Oh, no, he absolutely hates the idea. Then why pursue it? Shouldn't we take every measure possible to ensure our victory? Are you sure this improves our chances? I don't know. Maybe not. I feel like I have to try everything. You're very enthusiastic, at least. Well, Colvins did provide us a message. Taros Colvin, master of House Colvin, would like you to know that he will be pursuing this campaign until your unconditional surrender is received. For years, House Colvin has watched House Van Tassen reap the benefits of its standing without justly earning it. Master Colvin, in his wisdom, has decided this arrogance has gone on long enough. Light your beacon green to signal your surrender. Then we will negotiate. Baron Ravati, Head Alchemist, House Colvin. Well, that's not good for us. That's not good. Courage potion. Whew. So yeah, things aren't going well for us. Armor filament. Captain, what are you doing in that ancient armor? Isn't it obvious? I must lay down my life in battle. I have to take responsibility for this situation somehow. But that's such an old set. Should get you something more up to date from the armory. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit burpy today for some reason. I'm not sure why. No. If I must be seen on the streets, I want to look like the heroes of old. The first rocket would be your end. You insist on this set. Let me at least reinforce it with some armor filament. Repeating. Some products repeat infinitely. Must be constructed as a single chain. That's interesting. Oh, okay. So this is actually really neat. So now it's just a matter of it's just a matter of creating an endless series of iron. So we need that. We'll need this. So we'll also need our quicksilver and our lead. Start off with can I make a circular track? Because I mean, in the end, I'm gonna be spinning these ones to win here. But if I could maybe I shouldn't have a spinner. I mean, it's cheaper, takes up more area, but I prefer costs being lower than to have two swivel arms that are gonna... Actually, no, it's gonna be faster to have two swivel arms. Because I'm gonna be... Yeah, let's actually create a solution that's gonna be balls to the wall as fast as it possibly can be. How can we... Maybe if we... I don't want to do a track if I don't have to. How did the tutorial work? Okay, so they've been sliding it along. but I don't want to slide it along. Because if at all possible, I would actually like to no. That's fine as it was. I'm just gonna have to deal with using a track as much as I don't want to. As much as I don't really want to, I kind of have to. Because yeah, if I'm thinking with the way the story's currently working, I'm wanting to build this as fast as possible. So let's just dump all of our resources as fast as we can. So 1, 2 grabs it there, 4 grabs it right away. 4 rotates, waits. Oops. Then eventually right here can then rotate release, in which case 3 then has our chance to this actually is a return, grabs it, and returns, goes plus, then returns. In order to speed this process up, we're going to make this a triple. That way we don't have to have any return. We can just drop and immediately pick up again. Like so. Then 1 is all it's doing is rotating counterclockwise and returning. 2 is doing the opposite. What? Why can it be moved in 2 directions at the same time? Why is it moving in the same? Can I do 3 a moment sooner? No. 3 has to do it later. It has to switch hands, but then this has to be delayed by 1. Hi, Dammy Over. Thanks for stopping by. It's not. I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of a very problem-solving mindset. It's not excessively complex at the moment. At the beginning. It's assembling the little building blocks in your head to try and do things in a semi-optimal manner. But then, yeah, obviously, as it progresses further and further along, it adds new things and stuff like that. But this is just totally my kind of game. So instead of having this launch chain here, it has to come out as a horizontal chain. That stinks. Actually, why am I... Yeah, I should just be doing this then. That should make 4. Just do a return. Meanwhile, 3 takes on the lead once this is done. Instead goes plus twice, then returns. Is there any way faster I can do that? Hi, Red. Welcome back. Thanks for stopping by. Am I getting slowed down by anything? Yes, I am. What's slowing me down with this process? This should be able to start off right again. Oops. Let's see. Arm 3 is the bottleneck? Maybe. I'm just thinking maybe it's just not cycling right, but we'll find out. Because then this should just be able to repeat itself as well. So it's starting again. Yeah, no? Okay. Yeah, it's just not repeating itself as cleanly as I would like it to. And 4 needs to be delayed by 1. No? Or is it just because this is not... Oops. Yeah, it's waiting. Why is it waiting? Don't want you to wait. I want you to go. That's better. Could I have a duplicate arm doing the same thing as 3? Nah. It doesn't seem to be a bottleneck. So let's measure it out. So this has to wait for sure. 3's already grabbing. We're still on 6 cycles per atom. No, not necessarily. I mean, that's to get it to here. But then the subsequent cycles are actually significantly faster. Because now 3 is just doing a constant loop of just going back and forth grabbing. It's just that the first one's a bit slow. Zoom, 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 zoom. First atom is 9, it's 6 for the rest, yeah. I don't know, that looked actually a little bit off. Am I gonna have to do my whole situation where I do it all, do the program out entirely on its own? Cycles, cost is what I want. Cost is what I was expecting to be up because I was trying to do this fast, but cycles is a bit low. If you're matching the rate of the inputs, it would be 4 per atom. This is true. How could I do that with 1 piece, maybe? It's very true, because, yeah, it does take 4 just to create it, and then, yeah, I believe that is a bottleneck. Should I do... Could have a second arm. That's doing the exact same thing, just at a different. That way it's more assembly line-esque. Because, I mean, in the end, it has to be just a translate. Actually, no. Only the last bit has to be a translate. Only the last little bit has to be a translate. This one can be a rotate. It's just that this is going to have to... Wait, no. No, that's fine. No, it's not. Actually, no, yeah, it will. Because this one, again, is just a 3, then just becomes another 4, or not a 6 position. Then the 3 just becomes a... actually, no. 3's not. Is 3 necessary, or could I replace it with a triple on 4? Let's just play this one out and see what happens. So this, and then return. 4 is doing that. Actually, let's just reorganize this. Then 5, that's all 5 has to do is grab and plus and return. Dang it. What in the world's happening there? Oh, I'm gonna have to delay like I have been. Or not? Do I also have to specify that this is also delayed like that? Why do I need the second set at all? I'm not sure. Just play it out. So yeah, now it's 61. It's significantly less. It's a little bit more expensive. No. Don't want it to copy. So how is this panning out towards the end? It still looked off. That's fine. Yeah, why does this stop for a second? Why does it keep doing that? I really wish it wouldn't do that. So I just repeat this just right here. No. Yeah. You have a 1 cycle gap in the instructions for each arm. I do, but that's on purpose, or is it not? Is it not on purpose? Why do I have that there? I don't know why I have that there. That should function. Yeah, that functions. Why was that there? I got rid of the gap now. Yeah, I did now. I didn't for a second there. That was, yeah, that was weird. I don't know why I didn't do that. Now it's down to 55. But I don't know, it still feels too costly. Because in the end, what is for getting us? Could I not just do it with an infinite set of 3, but with this instead? Can I be moved in 2 directions at the same time? Why is 3 off kilter? Because now this would then have to be delayed. No, I could just... Wait, no, what if I just bring that there? I need to copy these over. So on and so forth. That looked pretty. I guess I'll just copy. Dang it. I'm gonna have to copy 2 lines at a time. I'm pretty sure I probably could just do like a repeat function instead, but I'm a dingus. Oop. Don't want that. Why did I... No, it's honestly just because I'm not trusting how the cycle's repeating itself. Now it's 56. How did I end up increasing by 1? I cut the cost down. Increase my area, but whatever. I'm just doing it to maximize the, or to minimize the cycle usage, but that's mostly just because I don't quite trust when this starts to repeat itself. Yeah, I just don't quite trust when it starts to repeat itself. Because I have these off-kilter, this off-kilter end here, which just likes to pair it with this gigantic block of nothing that I don't want. It tells you when the repeat occurs. I know. But this is what I don't want. I don't want this 4 chunk of nothing. It removes the chunk here to add it back to here, but I don't want this there. That's all it does is slow everything down. I don't want this 4 chunk of nonsense. And I'm not entirely sure how to make it not do that, just because 4 starts at a different. Isn't it equivalent if it's at the start or the end? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of supposed to be, but it's taking this 4 chunk that it's waiting here and then tacking it onto the end. You could put the clock instruction at the start. It really bothers you. That's right. Forgot that was a thing. Starting the transmutation engine, all instruction sequences are automatically padded, so have the same period as the longest instruction solution in the solution, which ensures that all arms are kept in sync. By placing a period override instruction at the end of an instruction sequence, the period of the solution can be artificially increased. But I don't want to increase the period. I want to decrease it. I'll play around with it later. I should stop putzing around with this one solution and just move on. There may yet be hope. Perhaps I will single-handedly turn the tide of the battle. Hi, Spooky. Thanks for stopping by. How was the rest of the drop pile? Was it as cursed as the earlier parts? Period can't go any lower than the longest arm period, though, since that's when... Yeah, it was, more. Good. Cursed. Of course it is. That's exactly what drop pile streams turn into in our community. Very cursed. Also, hi, Captain K. Why? When did Rena and Bath end up showing up, or was Bath having too much technical difficulties? I suppose anything is possible. What circumstances? A total offensive like this hasn't happened in generations, centuries. And yet here we are. I swore to defend House Van Tassen for life. Thought that would be a very long time. No matter what happens, you'll be remembered, Captain. Happy birthdays to Kong tomorrow. Better believe I'm going to send happy birthdays to Kong tomorrow. Also, hi, Nan. I will have to watch the VOD of the rest of that drop pile later, because I was having a blast with it until I had to start streaming. It was a trip, indeed. It was a trip for the 4 hours I was there, and then I'm sure the last remaining, if you just got here now, that means it was 3 more hours of just beauty. Perhaps the Coven message was mistaken. Also, we're kind of being invaded by a nearby house that decided that they're just gonna annex us. So yeah, we're kind of at war. I wouldn't assume it was. It'd still be retracted. An error been spent by a scribe or a page, the wrong letter sent. I'm sorry to say I think that it's rather unlikely. Stay here a little while longer, Captain. I'll make you a potion of courage, something to inflame your blood with the fighting spirit. Thank you, Anateus. That's kind of you. You're very tired, then go to sleep, Spooky. I like how you corrected the spelling of bitch to binge. Excellent. Okay. Not yet. Now we're gonna need at least one calcifier. Let's see. How do I want to pull this one off? I mean, the fastest way obviously would be have some method of constructing this, and then with both of these elements constructing the lower salts by having 2 salt panels. Be the fastest way of doing things. That's an extra 10G, but that's manageable. So I could just construct it on it as it stands. Having it right. Having a calcifier here. And then for this one, how would this one work? Maybe I'm gonna have to use a track for this one instead, because it might be faster if I want to keep this construction swift. Dual calcification and a dual track. And then something that can just so if we just create a track like that, no, because it's gonna have to start here and go like that, an arm like this if I wanted to do it. No. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? So I would need to bring the fire over to here, which might be fine if I instead had a sequence like that. Actually, no, I wouldn't need that shape. I would need this shape. Hi, Turt. Thanks for stopping by. Because this could go, bring it in there, bring it back, and then snag it and drag it across. Actually, let's have a... I'm just going to go for pure optimization here on this one. By having a 3-foot long one there. Unless I can calcify at the end. If I calcify at the end, I might be able to keep the efficiency and also do it. I don't know. I'm honestly... That one, like, I meant to say pure optimization of speed of cycles, but then I kind of just lost my train of thought. Just said pure optimization, which basically means nothing when you have 3 criteria. All your subs, oh no! Can I salt this at the end in any meaningful, fast way? I could. In the end, I still have to get a fire atom here, which is still not ideal. Unless I do something along the lines of, and everyone is very kind in this community. It's very wonderful. Do I want to salt after or do I want to salt before? Because I wanted to go pure optimization of setting up the fire atoms into place. I could do this. Get that heckin' job, Spooky. You got it. I have full confidence in you. Got them skills. I mean, you're also walking into it a little bit like we're nearing the end of chapter 3 or chapter 2 of chapter 2. So I've been playing this for a while, so you're kind of walking in a little bit deep into the pool. How could I... I calcify at the end. How could I do that quickly? Real bugger here. I'm gonna have to have another pair to whisk these lads into place. At least Baba, you could understand what you're looking at. Yeah, at first glance, Baba is very understandable in that everything is not like, there's almost nothing that's symbols in Baba. It's all words, and you understand how putting the words together does stuff and things like that. It's very intuitive in that way, even though the game messes with that intuition constantly. But this is like, no, there's a lot of symbols and stuff like that. And it's a lot of also programming things. So it's a bit more tricky than Baba. Or not tricky, but less straightforward. It is still intuitive. You just have to learn the rules. Also, hi, Crisis. Thanks for stopping by. Get some heckin' sleep, Spooky. You dongus. So if I rotate... So if we're looking at it like this, then we snag this one with 4 to bring it to here. Could dunk it. Wait, no, that's not what it looked like. So we're grabbing this. Actually, it would look like that. So if we wanted to, we could dump a couple calcifications here and then drag it one more over to... No, that's not how it looked. Heck. Thank you, Spooky, for banning that. As is your modly duties. Okay, so then this would look like that when it's all said and done. In which case we want to update this to 4. For your encore. What's your encore, Spooky? Is it just another banning of Nat? Yep. Yep. That's exactly what it was. Problem with this being... See Nat again in 10 minutes. Well... Okay, bye, Spooky. Thanks for just timing that out for a full 10 minutes and then being later. The problem with this, I mean, I don't have to do anything at the end. But there's going to be a couple lost cycles every single time because I'm doing the last dunking here. Actually, no, it won't. Because while this is doing the rotational drop in, it'll actually line up right on time. Okay. This should actually work very quickly. Also, if matching the rate of the inputs would be period 4. Yeah. So let's start with 1 and 3, 4 and 2 can come right after. 1 is going to have to go this way and return. 2 is going to have to go that way and return. 3 is going to have to go plus and return. 4 is instead going to go a full sweep of 1, 2, 3 and drop. So we're going to be 1 delayed. In part because we have to drop it once it's here. So it's not going to be greatest in terms of speed, but it's going to be pretty fast. Never mind, I can't even do it that way. Because this bugger's in an awful position. What if I do that instead? Nope. Ugh. I don't think this is ever gonna work out. Yeah, that's not gonna work out. Oh boy. Kind of engineer am I? I am a mechanical engineer as a profession. Currently in between jobs, but I do have my engineering and trading certification. I've done engineering work for 6 years professionally. Yeah, 6 years. Because I graduated in 2013 and it's now 2019. So yeah, it's all right, Lampoon. You can have yourself a good lurk. I'm down. I'm perfectly fine with it. So let's see. Instead of having 4 PE, no, I don't have a professional engineering license, and I don't particularly plan to. For mechanical engineers, professional engineer typically isn't usually desired, or not desired, but it's not as like critical towards your professional path. I mean, it'd kind of just be a neat little thing to be a quote unquote professional engineer. But unless you're getting into like a very specific field that requires that certification, most mechanical engineers don't end up getting professional engineering licenses. Civil engineers, on the other hand, almost all get PE licenses because PEs or civil engineers, you have to have certification to be like a in order to like build houses, build foundations for houses and stuff like that, because it has public safety or public safety involved. So you need that certification to become a next tier of civil engineer. It's just not that way with mechanical engineers. Sorry, I went on a bit of a rant. These things happen. Dang it. Trying to think of a way I can do this. Actually, why don't I... Hold on. What if I do something drastic here? Oh, nice. Then I would be setting it up. Shoot. I want to be doing this with that one instead, so that I can... So I can just rotate that one in, but I need to do it late. So what I'm going to be doing is end up having something like this. If I rotate this one beyond, it's going to look there. No, that's not going to work. It's not going to work because it's going to ram into this base when I try to rotate it out of there like that. So maybe I don't... Oops. Maybe I don't rotate it out of there like that. Maybe I rotate it out of there with this instead. Or just have a brand new arm do it for me. Do I want to do that? Where once it's all connected, I drag it out with 3. It's still gonna ram. You gotta drag it out. No, never. I'll do the calcification first. I'll do the calcification first method. Oh, wait. What if I... Wait. I just thought of something really awesome. If I can bring... bring this in with a 2-foot long one. With 1 glyph. This is gonna have to be a triad. And then we just feed this one with a pair. Actually, no. Yes, let's feed it in with a pair. And then we can dunk this here. It's gonna look like that. It's gonna rotate to there, and then it's gonna rotate to there. It's gonna be like that. Dang it. Like that. Think so? Hi, Pimenso. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome back. I'm on whatever this one is. Distilled alcohol. I forget precisely which one it is, but we're towards the end of chapter 2, I believe. Okay. Okay. So let's program this one. We want actually that one there. Gosh dang it! I'm weirdly burpy today. We want 2 and 3 to be working opposition of each other. This one wants to do this. 2 wants to go same direction, return home. 3 wants to do opposite direction, return home. 2 is going to have to deliver an extra 1. And in the meantime, 1's going to be rotating. Then finally dunking it and release. Forgot about that one. Is there any way I can... it's gonna cost me an extra 10, but whatever. That's fine. Oh no. Instead, we'll have to do pluses. There we go. I'll take that. It's very cheap. Very fast. Bit large on the area, but that's fine. Actually, how could I have reduced the area? No, the area's fine. It's only 2. That's fine. Never mind. Got 148.38 on the courage potion. The area's pretty large, all things considered, but this cost and cycle being so low is what I was aiming for. Do you think the courage potion will work? It seems difficult to contradict the habits of a lifetime. It will, after a fashion. The potion I gave him is mostly alcohol. Glad to see you haven't lost your willingness to toy with the poor captain, even in these dire straits. The best is at least 26. Cycles or area? Cycles? Dang. That's fast. I suppose, yeah. I mean, you can... I was using a direct feed of a single... of one of the single elements in calcifying it. Versus you could do it a lot faster if you calcified both elements. But I kind of liked my solution, so I kind of just rolled with it. It's not toying. Not this time. Honor demands that he lay down his life. I want him to feel comfortable, at least, and most like himself. That's touching in odd sort of way. hastily written note. To go through the campaign, there's an option to turn on top scores. Ah, that's awesome. It's good that they're not like, or at least sort of top scores. Okay. And it can't be better than 26. Dang. So that's actually really nice. I'm just trying to think of game design way. I love the way that these games, instead of encouraging you through direct leaderboards, or at least at the beginning of the game, it's just showing you where you compared to other people's designs, and you can fiddle with stuff here and there to make a solution that either is better in terms of one of the criteria or just your own personal goal. But then at the end of the game, once you've done everything, then it's just like, oh, you have all this previous knowledge. Now you can actually see what some of the best designs have done, or not see directly the designs, but what their outcome was, and just be like, oh, I now have all this skill set. I can go back to all those old ones and do all this awesome stuff. God, I really love that. That's an awesome encouragement mechanic. What you can see is the high score of the top 1%. Top 1% of each individual category, so it won't show you. It won't show you all three criteria for each one for every single solution. It'll be like, this was the best physical cycles. This was the best physical cost. This was the best area, regardless of any other criteria. You can calculate the limit for most of these without the leaderboard. Except it doesn't show you the best. It shows you the worst score of the top 1%. That's actually fascinating. I'm just trying to think of not really why. I understand why. It's honestly making it's kind of making a goalpost. And not a goalpost to be the best, but a goalpost to be kind of, this is kind of as good as you can make it in this category. It's an anti-cheater mechanism. That too. That way it's not suddenly like someone that has a cycle of 1 somehow. Like in a lot of other leaderboards. You have several solutions that beat it. Dang. And many that don't. So many more that don't. My lord, the enemy is upon us. I must now enter the fray myself. It has been an honor, the highest honor, to serve you for almost 50 years. If I had 100 lives, I would give them all. But I'm sorry, I have just one. Captain Arist Guilt. A surrender flare. That's not something I want to make. That's the end of it. Gelt made his sacrifice. The soldiers are fleeing. And I have word from Armand himself that we're to change the signal light on the tower to pale green. Armand is better at treaties than he is at battles. There's hope yet after the surrender. No commitment. Not even dedicating his afterlife. How dare his ghost not come back and continue to fight? I hate this. Did everything I could. If it hadn't been for Captain Gelt's tepid strategies, Armand's stubborn insistence on keeping honor, Frederick's inability to do anything. But the future remains to be seen. We were defeated so easily. I can't believe this. Got here just a few months ago, and the first major event is our surrender to another house. Been here my whole life. I've never witnessed something like this. Unbonding. Eliminates the bonds between two atoms. Oh. This is actually really cool. So this is like something, this is very organic chemistry. Because this would be, dang it, I forget what the classic, it's not identical to it, but this is very similar in organic chemistry to, I believe, a benzene molecule. A string of, it's not carbon in this case, but a string of carbons in a hexagonal pattern. That's really awesome. We're gonna snip this apart, take its core out, upgrade it, and then put it back together. This is really cool. Yeah, we are specifically upgrading the core 1. We are upgrading a copper salt molecule compared to a or an iron salt molecule to a copper one. What happens when you use a glyph to combine quicksilver with carbon? Silver with carbon? Are you trying to combine real world benzene with the alchemy in this game? Not a real alchemist unless you know. I don't know. I'm not a heckin' alchemist. I know some basic chemistry, but not too much beyond that. Are you a chemist? I am not. The last chemistry course I took, I think I took a really basic chemistry course in college, but I mean, I took AP chemistry in high school, and I loved AP chemistry in high school. In a different life, I could have definitely been more of a chemist than an engineer. I hate chemistry so much. It's not something for everyone, but it was definitely something for me. All right, so now we're gonna have to do a bunch of chopping. This is actually a really interesting thing. Love all the sciences with the except ions of chemistry and biology. Oh, with the exceptions of, I was just like, why is there except ions? I don't know why ions is in there. Except chemistry and biology. Gotcha. I was not much of a biology person, but chemistry was right up my alley. Mostly just because I always had a hankering towards the mathematical things as well as the practical things. And chemistry was kind of the balance of that, especially like even just going through like the mandatory chemistry class where it's like, this is a balanced chemical equation. You have this chemical reaction occurs. What are the outcomes of that chemical reaction? Like just that logic of thinking, I'm just like, oh, I love this. But that's just me and my weird brain. Astronomy gives you a feeling of almost as much as game devs, though. But astronomy, yeah, a lot of staring at the sky, a lot of observing very similar things to what you've already seen before. I could name a star after Barry.wiki. That'd be awesome. I like how you made, was it you that made Barry.wiki an actual link? Because that's awesome. Half-bit. I bought the donate. That's awesome. Didn't Half-bit also Also make your color changing name algorithm. And that they did. I forget what else Half-Bit has done, but a lot of stuff. Is Half-Bit secretly the proprietor of Pup Time? Either that or you just ask them for it and no one really else asked them for it. So let's see. If they are, I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to ask Sentient Pup Time when next they appear in Kung's Strem, because that's, I believe, the only place I've really seen Sentient Pup Time. Okay, we're gonna need one of these. Gonna need another bonder. After my original color journey, Half-Bit asked if I wanted to be rainbow all the time, and it said, of course, yes. It's awesome. We're gonna snip these off of there, but then we need to... Wait. We don't have to... We don't have to snip all of them off. We only really have to snip one of them off. We only have to snip one off. We have to snip it off, and then we have to reconnect it somehow. And then deposit it. So yeah, if we only have to snip one off, that's actually not terrible. We just need a way to potentially just like drag that one back. So if we snip off, this will be the outer one. So the outer 1, 2, 3. We'd have to be here. We'd have to be able to deliver this in from here. Maybe we'll do a right to left type of deal. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna be awkward if that's the case. Actually, could I just instead snag this out of the way, have a track that's gonna lead us onto what we want. Because this can... Ooh, how is this going to be able to... No, this can just rotate twice and get it out of the way. Where are we going to attach it then? Where are we going to attach it back? I can... Actually, no, this space is going to be empty. So there's potential that I could... No, I can't. I can't do... Oh, don't do that. So this will bring it down. This will snip that one off. This will have to grab it, rotate it twice out of the way, which means it probably end up wanting to go down because that's where we're rotating our carbon. Not our carbon. I keep saying carbon. It's salt in this game. So rotate it, clip it off, shift it over to there, which will then transmute it. Do we need a 2 shift, or maybe we can just do a 1 shift? No, we need 2. Actually, no, we're gonna need 2, and it's gonna have to be here. It might have to be a 3 shift. This might be too tight. Yeah, I'm gonna make this a 3 shift. Honestly, at this rate that I'm thinking this cycle is probably going to end up with, and how massive it is, it honestly might be faster to just strip all of them and reconnect it back together. But screw it. If we're gonna bring it here and drop it off here, 3. Actually, no. Definitely not faster strip all of them. Maybe have this type of deal. So this one will bring the carbon to here. That's the case, and I bring this to here. This will be the center. When I first did it, I had to strip all of them. I'm trying to come up with a solution to not strip all of them, but it's looking very finicky at the moment. Center's gonna have to be there, so it'd have to be positioned just right, and the carbon would have to right there. I mean, I could probably make this work, but it's going to be awkward. It's especially going to be awkward because I'm stripping away the last salt as I'm pushing it through. I have some wacky thing that does the entire process twice along 2 different paths. That's certainly a very easy way to reduce the cost, or to reduce your cycles, is to, if it's a long process, to have 2 things do it. Want an idea how that dry pile ended? The last quote I have from it is, "Garfield eats delivered to my funeral." Why does it always end? Why do the drop piles always end in a funeral? Okay, I need to change this. This is actually going to have to be extracted in a different location. Because yeah, if I have it here, it's going to strip unnecessary. Actually, no, I can have it here. gonna... So it's gonna rotate to here. Actually, nope. I can't even do that. It's gonna have to strip to here. So then it's gonna rotate to past. Which then this area has to be our bonding. We want to come on in from the top. Probably 3. Give us our extra space. So that'll increase it, but then we need to somehow get our carbon. Actually, no, let's drag this in from the bottom. Right here. Because it doesn't matter where we drag it in from. We need our track back. So I'll strip this bond, push it through, and then from here we need to then somewhere along the line loop it kind of back on itself to reconnect the pieces. It's going to be here. If we snag it, we want to grab from the center. No, let's actually grab one of the edges. Nope, can't be there. No, that won't work. Here, and we'll drag it upward. Actually, no, this isn't right. Shoot. This is what we're gonna have to do. Okay, that's right. Then this is gonna drag this chunk up to here. And then, but this will be our dead spot. Dead spot's here, it'll be here. We then need to rotate it, which will bring us to here with our dead spot here. Then we can bond. Right. Shoot. Right there. Was it? I think so. 1, 2, 3. No, it's actually this. Then it's... No, it's going to be like that, and then it's going to be like that. Then we'll bond it, which means we then need a method that's going to grab this after the fact. Oh. This is gonna be awkward. I think I'm gonna have to use a piston for this concept. First of all, we don't need that. Yeah, because whatever we do for grabbing the carbon, we can also use it for placing this thing in the end, which will probably be up here. Which will probably be right there. So we can have a track that goes like, no, not like that. Like this, maybe? That way it stays nice and out of the way of all the operations preceding it, but then can sneak on in, snag this, and sneak on back up. Yeah, let's go for that. Let's just try programming this and see where this takes us. Let's change 4 to 2. Yeah. Okay, so first off, we need to grab this lad, we'll rotate it, which will snip it off, then it needs to go plus plus. In the meantime, 3 can immediately place 1 and immediately retreat. Then this one actually retreats entirely. 2 is at this point gonna be grabbing it and hoisting it up and then giving it a healthy spin, then releasing it and returning to home. On the other hand, 4 is eventually just gonna have to go plus plus plus, grab it, minus minus minus, and rotate. And then back home. Wait, no, and then it's gonna have to rotate one more time, and then back home. Let's just see how this plays out. Grabbed it, snipped. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? It's immediate failure. Okay. Which now makes this a bit more awkward. Actually, let's feed this from the bottom then. We can still grab it at the same location. Snip. Never mind. 3, you're gonna have to delay and swing that in a couple frames later. 1 frame later. Actually, maybe 2. Maybe that's fine. Ooh. Changed. Rotated. Ooh. But that's not where we want it. That's not where we want it at all. Well, we are gonna have to well, this junk down here instead. expected. Should I just go fancy? Yeah, I'm just gonna go fancy. So if I want to snag this at the same location, rotate it in. Then if we rotate it this way, so it'll be here, it'll get snipped. Then we rotate it here to here. The bottom left is still taken. Go to here. What if we actually go from here and rotate it instead? What if we go straight for the center? Drag it all the way back and just rotate it one up. We'll actually only have to retract 2. Then we can rotate it and just drive it on home with this. Ooh, this is gonna have to get shifted back in order to do it. That's for sure. Ooh, this it's not gonna be in the right position because there's no way I can. I have to maneuver this from at least a distance of 2. So maybe have a track like that instead. Go down, go over, rotate. Oh no, go down, go in, go over, then rotate. We'll just see where that takes us. Don't need a second welder. Yeah, let's just do this. 1 still has the same treat. 2 needs to just do this from the opposite direction. 3 just then needs to grab it, drag it towards plus, retract, go plus again, then rotate it with A and just see where we end up. Snipped. Okay, so that's gonna put us here. Which means our bond would happen there. Which means if we can set ourselves up here to just drag this here, and then we can dump it over here. We can apply some rotations. Oh shoot. Before we rotate, 4 is also going to at some point it's going to probably just at the same time here. Go plus, which is G. Need to get used to these hotkeys. Oh, that's not good. So this is gonna have to happen later. Hold on, you bugger. Get that way the heck out there. I'm trying to figure stuff out. Ooh. That's actually perfect. Then we can do this, and we can rotate. Actually, we can home this, and we can rotate for this direction, and return home. Right. Oh. Gonna have to add another. So this is gonna have to be release, and then also another plus, then return home. Ah, it's just gonna have to be one delayed then. Oh, this is also the wrong spot. It gets the job done. It's not very fast. It works. It's just so awkward maneuvering this giant molecule. And then let's also play around with what did that do? Can you only place one of those? Ugh. And when can I begin doing... So this is the moment when I can start these two back up, I think. Maybe I can do it one sooner still. I can. Whether it's going to be fast enough. It's maybe like that. See that? This is what always confuses me. Is the fact that it tacks on this extra stuff afterwards every time when my cycles aren't the same. I don't want the exact same thing every single time. My first cycle is inherently going to be slower than my next one, or than the rest of them, because it's a startup cycle. And it says cycle, but I more accumulate that to turn. So I have to keep doing this kind of more manually. That's the way the game works. The wavelength of the sine wave is fixed. Just the phase is different for each arm. Yeah. It stinks. It stinks at least in the way that my head works through this stuff. So there's a 3 gap in between. So is that getting... Never mind. Because I don't properly understand that function either. Yeah. Actually, I'm curious. Why am I doing this from here? Could I do it instead from here? So this will put us here, and this grabs the center. So instead, we could actually just have a 2 shift here. And have it be minus instead. I'll have to play around with that. Also, have yourself a good night, Nat. Thanks for stopping by. In the end, it's going to end up at the same location. Shoot, it's actually going to have to do 1 extra here. Which is fine. Should be fine, I should say. It's made a new solution, but still 1 cycle too many compared to top percentile. Dang, so close. Okay, so let's reconfigure this. Snagged. Oh, okay. No, don't want that. We actually aren't. Oh, actually, we don't. I don't think we need the extendo arm then anymore. I think we can instead just have a normal arm and drop. Oh no. This extendo. And instead drop this as well. Actually, no, that might be still be necessary. It's gonna grab it, it's gonna go up, it's gonna go over, it's gonna rotate. It's gonna rotate. Then it's gonna swing and it's gonna break. Unless we angle this differently. So it's a pretty wide sweeping arc here. What if we align it and have this one be our creation? Should actually just be able to lose that entirely. And 4 is just going to be a grab and rotate at some point in time. Probably later on, probably here-ish. Then return. Wait, no, because it's gonna have to rotate one more time. Okay, so this needs to happen way sooner. Right here. And we need to drop these. Drop 2 of them? No, it's just not gonna line up. Dang. Or do I have to do this shift at all? Instead, from 3, instead of doing this, I just immediately rotate. What does that give me? Oh, shoot. Not this rotate. That rotate. So it bumps it into that right away. But if I do this nice and early, okay. Okay, but that's where this is gonna end. Or this is where the center is gonna end. Which means I need to get it to here. Which is not gonna be easy. Unless I instead just do a 2-piecer. And have a minus. Or no, it's plus. It's also gonna run into this arm. So that won't work. Let's drop that. Oops. Drop that. So let's do some rotations here so that we can get a better location. So if that was the case, then this is where I would need to be, which actually would be perfect. Oops. No, wait. That sends here. Why was I thinking differently? Dang it. So I do want a 2-track. I want it to go smoothly here. Add in our plus. And then, ooh. The 4 is gonna have to, from here before it does its rotation, it's going to have to small rotates. Also, I need to let this go. This needs to just return. Oh, bugger. I didn't want to make that bond. I can get this Quicksilver in from a different location, right? No, dang it. I was just clicking wrongly. I've got to get this Quicksilver in from a different location. Here or here? But now with the way I have it set up, unless I can do this one after. Nope. let's see. So I need to somehow get that Quicksilver to this location in a manner that is non-obtrusive, which actually should be easy if I do it from here. Never mind. Unless I do it from... No, not from there. Gosh, darn it. This can start early and have 2 rotations. That's fine. Four. And then we can instead of doing this small rotate, maybe just do a full rotate. Probably not. It's probably gonna run into that one. Trying to get away with this easily, and it's not working out. Maybe from there. No, because that's still going to be in the way, just as it was before. I want to do this cleanly, but it's just not going to let me. It's just not going to let me. Dang it. All right, so 2's gonna have to. First of all, let's delete these. 2's just gonna have to plus at some point in time. Not that early. What? Why is that not converting? Is 3 too fast? Oh, I'm not dropping it. That's why. I was gonna say, why is that not working? Also, I do need to have it 1 sooner. I can do that even sooner than that. Let's start. Oh, I can't. That just means we can start 3 1 sooner? I don't think so. Wait, what? Oh. Right. Then it's trading. Then it's going over. Do that. Let's get it out of the way immediately. Not wait for a delay anymore. Then how are you still in the way? Fine. Gonna be like that. Put you all the way the heck over there. Savannah streaming Tommy as we watched him act so balmy, doing mechanizations of alchemical type. I heard a gentle reeds a dog, as if someone gently pupping in the back of the stream. 'Tis a doggo. I ask, Only this. Nothing. Very nice. Ugh. This is rife for improvement. This is gonna be, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is gonna be rife for improvement. I was gonna see if maybe Riza wanted to show on stream for a sec, but no, she's very sleepy. She's very asleep. I don't want to wake the puppo. So then what? We can probably start these here, maybe? That should be fine. Then start these here. Okay, so yeah, that should work. Let's actually just remember the spacing, that it's one spacing here. And so we'll drag it over, and it's one spacing. What? Oh, because I set this up. No, dang it. I want to move all of them over just one. Then grab all of them. Remember my one spacing? Guess my one spacing doesn't work? After all? Gonna have to play with these spacings. Then all of this can get moved over. Why is that suddenly? No, it's right here. It's right here. Never mind. Dang it. Just want to grab these. Could I start this sooner? Could I start this sooner? Probably not, because it needs to start here. As well as this still hasn't been dumped away yet. So now it dumps it away. I could potentially do it one cycle faster if I wanted to swap this over into a double. That way, yeah, that way I can just drop this entirely on 2. And just replace it with a minus instead. be able to replace it. Stay. I would only be in your way, so I'll go. But I know. I think of you each step of the way. And I will always love you. Oh my god, I probably sound atrocious. Why am I singing? Why am I singing while I'm playing this game? But take care, Lampoon, if you are, in fact, heading out. I might never sleep again. I'm sorry. I know my voice is not the greatest for singing. Will this even actually save me time? Because I mean, it probably only save me time if I also swap this into a triple, so that I don't then have to do this at all. Thank you for clipping that god awfulness. Okay. Well, this has to be one slower, at least on the at least on this minus, which means both of them have to be one slower. Cease. Nope, has to be two slower. Wait, why didn't this... Oh, I forgot to release it. That would probably help. Drop. Dang it. 4 has to be delayed here. Sure. Whatever you enjoy. Lampoon. I don't think I have a wonderful singing voice, but how the heck would I know? I'm the one who has to, or it's my voice is significantly different hearing it than listening to it. So 2 spaces on each of these. I'm quivering in a chord. So not good. So not good is the consensus I'm reaching here. Oops. Most of the time. Just not when I'm singing something that's high pitched, that's for sure. What's going too fast here? 3's going too fast. Yeah, 3's going too fast. He's still going too fast. this also needs to get slowed down by the same. That. This needs to line up like that. Right. No. They're minus too fast for this uptake. Okay, so that's where we're at. All right. So we got 3 spaces. Spaces. Whoopsies. Oh, don't want that. Spaces. Then we want 2 spaces. 2 spaces. And 2 spaces. Alright, I just want to watch this one more time for 2 permutations. So it should already be starting right now. And it's already doing this. Okay. All right. Let's see this in action. It's 175, which is way too expensive. That's fine. Also, hi, Triassic. Thanks for stopping by. Did it. Not my greatest, gotta say. It did very well in cycles, but extremely poorly in area. Cost was all right. Stop. I don't even know songs by the lyrics. Like, the only reason I kind of knew what you're going for with the little bits, I did the little bits, I felt like I knew a rhythm with those words, and then you obviously typed the "and I will always love you," and it's just like, okay, now I know exactly what you're singing. But honestly, I am very bad at recognizing songs through lyrics. Sing Mr. Rogers, you're perfect, but Dolly Parton's song she wrote as a woman is not your exact forte. Yeah, this is also true. I don't exactly have a high-pitched natural voice to hit a probably basically just start off a few octaves higher than just my regular timbre. That'll work. I mean, I really don't like how big the area is in this design, but I think I'm fine with how fast it was. The fastness of it is what I really actually was going for there. And the cost being a little bit more expensive is fine. Oh, that's acceptable for me for now. I'm off the charts. Well, yeah, specifically in area, meaning my machine was freaking gigantic. And it really did not have to be. So what's supposed to happen now? I'm not sure. We have negotiations. We have negotiations? Useless. Negotiations aren't useless. No, I mean, I'm useless. What good is my skill if I couldn't change anything? Why did I go through the trouble? Now's not the time for a big philosophical soul-searching reverie. Yeah, you're right, of course. This is an area control game, so you win. Yeah. I guess. Young Taros Colvin. Ha, weaklings. You're right, Baron. Nothing to be afraid of after all. Who's Rivari? The Rivari house. As I expected, House Van Tassen strayed from the path for too long. We were the agents of correction. Now all that remains is to negotiate the terms. Not that they have much of a bargaining position. Negotiations are boring. They're still necessary. What if we just killed them all? That strikes me as a little extreme. Slightly. I hate the idea of this ancient, weak family hanging around even after we've won. They'll stick around begging for our scraps, waxing on about the old days. It poses a risk. You told me yourself, Baron, that the old ways were due for a change. I did, yes. You're not afraid, are you? Easy enough for you to propose the idea of attacking, but when it comes time to follow all the way through, I'm absolutely not afraid. If you believe eliminating the Van Tassen line is the right choice, then I will follow. Baron, consider yourself clever. But just because you're the House Alchemist doesn't mean you can place your ideas over mine. Understand? Of course, Taros. Follow me. I don't think there's any song that I can sing that I actually sing well, mostly just because I don't practice singing. Yeah, and obviously try to pick stuff that best matches what your capabilities are off the bat, and you can obviously learn to improve and enhance and widen your capabilities. But at the moment, I have a hard time picturing many a song that fits my voice. I'm trying to think. Like the only songs that I remember slightly being able to fit my voice to was maybe some like really old, really early Breaking Benjamin stuff. But that was like way back in high school. But that's the only thing that's coming to mind where like a friend was just like, "Oh, you can actually kind of match this guy's voice a bit." But that doesn't mean I can even properly sing it. A discarded paper. Certificate of licensure. Anateus Via. LD House Fantastic. Pursuant to the Second Imperial Law concerning alchemy and duly promulgated amendments, the wow, I cannot read this at all. Imperial Alchemists Guild hereby issues a license for the practice of alchemical engineering to the above personage in the service of the stated August House. So we've been transferred to a different house? The whole high vocal register things. Yeah. I don't know. It really depends on what you can pull off. I've met plenty of guys that can pull off incredibly high register stuff. A lot of them with honestly weirdly low low frequency or low pitch voices that can pull off some really impressive high pitch stuff. But I mean that obviously comes with a lot of practice though too. Like I don't practice it, so I'm not going to get better at it. Yeah, I mean you can adjust it to your own likings. You can If you really want to change things, you can key shift it. And also playing an instrument, so your voice is out of the equation. Which is what I did in high school. I was in band for all of middle school and high school, and then I dropped it in college, playing trumpet, tuba, and a little bit of trombone. Yeah, a little bit of trombone. And then right now I'm trying to learn the piano. You have to play the best song in the world to save your life. What do you try? Well, I mean, I'll sing anything, but it's not gonna. And it, you mean sing the best song, meaning it has to be the best song ever sung, or you pick the best song and you sing to it? I mean, I'll sing to it. It's not gonna be good, but I can sing to anything. The high register shenanigans. Be sure singing at that kind of height is what I call, like, okay. I should probably get back. Yeah, let's get back to this. I wish we had gone back. It was clear there was no choice for us. I wish we could have, though. At least Frederick had survived. There would be some small hope the Van Tassen line could continue. So they did get wiped. It's too late for that. Or should they be thinking about what to do next? There's nothing next. Don't you understand? Nobody will want to risk dealing with us. We'll have the rest of our miserable lives in hiding. We should have gone back and died with them. Cordia, aren't you mad too? Mad? I don't know. I'm not sure we deserve anything else after how poorly I defended the house. My career as an alchemist is in ruins. What a worthless pursuit this has turned out to be. Maybe it would be better to forget it all. Listen, Anates. Do what you want, but I know the only next step for me is revenge. I don't know yet how I'll achieve it, but that's the purpose of my life now. Is that another of the ways of the houses? Honor, treachery, swearing revenge? No. This is about me wanting to put a dagger through the heart of those Colvin wretches. How could they be so heartless? Concordia, I'm going to step outside. I know it's dangerous, but I need to take a very long walk. Wait, Concordia. What? I was just going to say that, well, whatever it is we decide to do, we'll definitely need supplies for the transmutation engine first. I'll come with you. Also, wow. What would you... Best song ever written? God, it's impossible for me to say that, mostly just because I honestly almost never listen to music with lyrics anymore. It's actually honestly very rare that I'm not listening to instrumental style music. I really couldn't. There's too many criteria that you could base a best song on. I can't even pick a favorite. At least not one with lyrics. Yeah, I just don't listen to enough stuff like that anymore. It's been too long. Came in right as Mr. Lampoon was talking about Mr. Rogers. I'm pretty sure the clip of me singing Mr. Rogers is around somewhere, probably. Concordia is the name of a soft drink. Not in America, at the very least. I haven't found a soft drink called Concordia. That's neat. Yeah, like the art of this is actually quite nice. It's just very pleasant. It's not the most detailed in the world, but it kind of doesn't have to be. It kind of has a very you're not in America. Yeah, that would make the most sense. um, I think I'm actually gonna call it here. Um, because I have a feeling this is probably gonna be a really long one if I'm gonna have to be separating stuff and probably reconnecting it again after my mess of a time spending way too much time on the last one. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here for the night. Because this game is so indeterminate for me, depending on my sensibilities and how nitpicky I want to be with optimizing for whatever criteria I set out for myself with these puzzles. Sometimes they take like 10 minutes, sometimes they take like 45 minutes, and I need to heckin' hit the hay. But thank you so much. Oh gosh dang it, Lampoon found it. Wait, no, that's a different one. I know that's a different one. Um, that's not it, but it was one of. It's because someone was coming up with, it might have been Lampoon. Um, summing up, someone was doing something, and I tried to fit it into Antechamber. Um, but yeah. Thanks everyone for hanging out. This is definitely a weirder stream game to do, just because it's a lot of very intense thought and planning, um, and experimentation. But heck, if I'm not really loving it, and I hope you guys have enjoyed hanging out. Um, in terms of when I'll be back, I'm not sure. You are very welcome, Lampoon. When I'll be back for next stream, because tomorrow and Saturday my parents are coming to visit, so I'm not sure. I think they're leaving sometime Saturday afternoon, so I might still stream Saturday afternoon. Um, um, we shall see. Um, and then all of next week is really up in the air as well, because I'll be at SGDQ um, for the week. Because I've gone to SGDQ the past 4 or 5 years now. There it is. You got it. There's that Mr. Rogers neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be at SGDQ because yeah, I'll be going for like the 5th time, but I live in the Twin Cities, and that's exactly where the event is taking place, so I'll be in and out of there. So I might have streams, but it might be at really weird times, or just at um, just at not my usual times. So yeah. What whomst? Whemst you doing? What's up? What's up, Trask? Also, we need to figure out who we can go say hi to. Now that I'm gonna be logging off, if anyone's live, there's a lot of people live actually. Ooh, I don't think we've ever actually been able to raid Chen, so absolutely we're gonna say hi to Chen. What's weird? What, me singing or what? Actually, no, it's he has a number past it. 345. Yeah, 345. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah. It's Pulse in its own right shirt. I don't. I can't imagine that it's good singing to most people. Oh, nice, Triassic. Um, but yeah, let's go say hi to Chen. Um, I don't know when I'll be back next from my next stream. For sure the following week, but yeah, just I'll be live at some point, possibly during the next week, just not at my usual time. So yeah, thanks again everyone for hanging out. Let's give a bunch of love to Chen, and have yourselves a good night. Goodbye. 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 Good night and goodbye.